All right. So today I'm not going to waste any time. We gave 5 minutes yesterday to accommodate people to join. So today I'm just going to start right away in today's class. I have had a long day, so I intend to be straight to the point. Dish out all that I have for you this evening, and then close as scheduled. Okay. So. And like I said, as we have scheduled this today, we are looking at strategic facility planning. Strategic facility planning. In strategic facility planning, we're going to look at the big picture. We're going to look at certain factors that prevent the facility managers from actually elevating themselves in their careers. See how we can become elevated by doing certain things that helps integrate us with the core business, because we're enablers of the core business. And because we're enablers of the core business, we have to fully understand the core business and be able to create strategies for facilities that align with the strategies of the core business. So that's basically what we're trying to learn today. So for those of you who are old in facility management, you're probably wondering why your career is not progressing. You're probably thinking there could be something wrong why you're not making so much progress in your career. Maybe after today's class, your approach to your business, your organization, will change, and that change will leapfrog you in terms of how you grow, because your career growth and development depends on how much value you give to the organizations you work for, and how those organizations appreciate those values to give you opportunities to grow. That's basically how careers are built. Okay, so I'm happy to be taking this class with you today. Without further ado, I'm just going to go straight to the first and most important item I'll be talking about today. So for those who have come in early, you're lucky, because this is the most important thing we're going to be talking about in today's class. This is what I call the big picture. I introduced this yesterday. Some of these concepts I was going to talk about today, I've already introduced them. I deliberately introduced them at the end of yesterday's class to give you like some kind of transition, okay? It's important for us as facility managers to not stay entirely at that level we presume ourselves to be, which is the operations and maintenance level. Most FMs start their careers with assets they've been handed over to manage, and because they've been handed over to manage those assets, they basically just do the day-to-day activities that helps to keep the assets running, right? They forget that there are certain higher level activities they are supposed to perform to make what they are doing at the operational level even effective. How do you want to show? How can you show that what you are doing at the operational level is adding strategic value to the organization? How do you want to show that you understand the business? The FM's job should not start at the level of the things you do. Your job should start at the level of understanding the demand organization. Now, the demand organization is the organization that is receiving services directly. So that's the organization that is buying the service of facility managers. Now, you did I drop off at some point? Looks like I dropped off momentarily.
Yeah, we already hearing you at some point, so we just started hearing you now.
Was my video stable and just my audio that disappeared?
Only the audio.
Yeah, the picture,
your video was stable. Your video was stable, just the audio that went off.
Okay, my video was stable. My slide
The audio
presentation was still
stable, just the voice that went
showing,
up.
and my audio went up. Okay,
Yes.
good. I can revise a few of the comments I made in that moment. Must be internet connectivity issues. I have quite a number of alternatives here, and if this happens again, I'll probably just switch to another internet source. Okay. All right. So I was talking about the demand organization. When an FM works with a service provider, it's a different mindset, different environment compared to when the facility manager works with the organization that is buying service.
Let's do Saturday.
Okay, but that Saturday will be probably maybe around 12:01.
Please, every other person should mute their audio, except the speaker.
Thank you very much for that. Okay, so if a facility manager works with a company or organization that is buying facility management service, that owns property, that has people that use the FM service, we say the facility manager is working for the demand organization. If the facility manager is working for a facility management company which provides IFM services or various vendor services or solutions to clients, we say the FM is working for a service providing company. The service providing company is providing that service to a demand organization. Now, the difference really is that the FM in the demand organization, the FM in the demand organization is
download what?
Paul, are you in this class?
Yes, sir.
I think it's taking too long for you to identify, right? Don't wait to see the noise. Just scroll regularly along the among the participants in the class, right? And as you scroll, find anybody that's not muted to mute immediately. Don't wait for the person to remember he's unmuted. And as people come in newly into the class, track their landing in the class to be sure they are muted on arrival.
Okay, sir.
I think I've been disrupted 3 times already, and that's not healthy for this class. All right, thank you. Okay, so the dynamics of working in a demand organization or working in an FM organization is the fact that you have the direct customers of the organization that you work for as your own customers if you are working in a demand organization. If you are working for an FM organization, the company you are providing services to, the company itself and the stakeholders within the company are your customers. But then, with respect to this lesson on the big picture and your strategic positioning, you must also extend that to the customers of that demand organization. So in essence, if I'm a facility management company operations manager, for example, and I've been assigned to work in an airport, right? I provide services to stakeholders, owners, managers of the airport. But I need to understand why the airport exists in the first place. I need to know the kind of customers the airports deal with. I need to understand what are the things that the owners, who are my primary customers now, what are their requirements, which is based on their own understanding of what their customers need. So I must go beyond my immediate or primary customers or stakeholders to their own customers and understand why their business exists. So we talk about the strategic purpose level. This is the purpose, this is strategic level at which organizations establish why they need to be created in the first place. Why do you create a school? because you want to train, students? Why do you set up a factory to produce XY products? Because there are certain, market for it, and these are the kind of people that are going to buy your product. Why do you open a bank, or why do you open a service company? Because there are certain customers who are going to use their services. Now, it is that understanding of who the customers are, the understanding of what they want, what they are willing to pay for what they want, the kind of experiences they want or expect from you as a provider of that service or good. That is what drives what you do in setting up your organization. So if you have gone through that process and the organization is now running, and someone is now employed as a facility manager tomorrow, who doesn't understand where we are going with the organization that we have set up, the person may not be able to perform the job of enabling our success properly, because that's what FM is. FM is a support function that provides enablement for the core function to excel, right? And the core function can only excel when they are meeting the requirements of their customers and they are growing their customer base and they're making progress. So why should an FM service provider or a facility manager within the organization have that much depth, have that much knowledge about the organization to the extent where you know all about the organization's customers? Who are the organization's stakeholders? Who are the organization's competitors, and so on and so forth? All this adds to your understanding of the organization. This strategic purpose level is not something you define as a facility manager. It is something you study and understand. The main reason why you study and understand it is so that when you are providing the services you provide at the level you provide your services, you now know why you are doing what you are doing. You will not have a security guard working for you that tells a potential customer that there's too much crowd inside the bank. He cannot pick up a form to open a new account. You should go and come back tomorrow. The security guard will understand that it is very important that that person should be able to open his account. And even if there's a big crowd inside the bank, says, please give me a minute. I'm going to go in and get this form for you, right? Because the security guard understands why that bank exists. The bank exists to have more account holders, okay? So if I'm the facility manager who is providing that security guard, and the security guard is telling people, get out of here, or it's a cleaner who's telling children in the church, you can't come into this area, you cannot play around here because I've cleaned this area. This area should be kept clean. I don't want dirty children around it, right? That cleaner and his manager don't understand why their jobs exist. That's the highest level of understanding why you do what you do. Every organization, having analyzed their customers, will create a strategic planning level for the entire organization, which we call the corporate strategy. The corporate strategy is made up of the mission, the vision, the values, the culture, and the strategic objectives of the organization. What this does is translate the understanding of its customers' requirements into strategies, into programs to deliver, to meet the needs of this customer. Now, the organizations are often organized into a structure with business units. Oh, there's marketing, there is procurement, there is production, there is facility management, there is, and so on and so forth. Each of these business units cannot run without creating strategic plans. Every business unit must also have its own strategic plan. So, and the strategic plan must align with that of the entire organization's strategic plan. If I run the facility management portfolio for an organization, I know that this is our mission as an organization, this is our vision, these are our values, these are our culture, these are strategic objectives. All the high-level strategic knowledge I have gained from understudying and restudying my management, I now begin to feel like I understand what my company is really about. Because my job is not just to provide buildings and services. My job is to enable my organization execute, succeed, excel at whatever it's about. As soon as I do that, I now take the organization strategy, which is developed at the strategic planning level, and I create my own business unit strategic planning level, where I come up with my strategic facility plan for the entire portfolio of assets or properties or facilities that the organization owns. I create specific master plans for each site, which we call the real estate master plan. I make sure that what I'm putting in my plans, my long-term plans, aligns with where my organization is going in terms of the high-level decisions that have been taken at the strategic planning level. I also ensure that my strategic facility plan and my facility master plans as a facility manager also aligns with all the business units. So in essence, I understand the top-level strategies. I also understand the lateral or horizontal level strategies. I get to interface with other directors and other GMs and managers in the organization to see how I can enable them succeed in what they do. They have a duty to ensure that their own plans align with corporate strategy. I have a duty to ensure that my own plans align with corporate strategy. I also have a dual duty now to ensure that my plans align with what the business units are trying to achieve, because those business units are the ones that make up the core of the organization. Whatever the organization is achieving through marketing and finance and production and so on and so forth. And so my job is to ensure that I understand what they want to achieve. By the time I get to the tactical planning level, where I'm creating operations and maintenance plans, where I'm creating budgets for next year, where I'm doing designs for renovations and new construction and creating new spaces, modifying the old and existing spaces, I now am doing what I'm doing with a full understanding of why I am doing it. I know the direction. I have a full understanding of where we are going. I will not be doing anything haphazardly. I will not be doing anything disjointedly. I will not be doing anything that I cannot answer the question, why am I doing it? Because I fully understand the corporate strategy and the business unit strategies. And I'm now using those as ideas to create my plans. For example, you know, the FM makes a budget and says, oh, I have a budget and this is what I'm going to do next year. I'm going to bring up this initiative. I'm going to invest in this project. I'm going to run these operations. I'm going to maintain this way. I'm going to hire new staff. I'm going to bring in new equipment to clean and do this and do that and do that. We're writing all those nice things in our budgets, right? Can you link every line item in your budget to what a business unit or the corporate strategy is trying to achieve? Can you align every item to a strategic objective? You see, as soon as you are able to do this, you have overcome that challenge of defending your budget. You have overcome it because everything you've asked for, you've not only carefully thought through, will this be needed? What impact or relevance will this activity or cost be producing? And because you have thought through that, you have written your justification for every line item based on what the core business is trying to achieve. You are speaking the language of management. You are no longer seen as that person who wants money to spend. You're no longer seen as that person who does not understand how we make money, yet wants so much money to spend. You're no longer seen as that person who is spending inappropriate amounts of money to do your work. In fact, you can create that level of justification that management will be asking questions like, will this be enough? Do you need more? Take your maintenance plans, for example. What are the maintenance strategies you have in place for every asset line item in your asset register? How did you select those strategies that now becomes the way of determining what activities will be performed for each of the assets? If you didn't understand corporate strategy, you didn't understand business units, other departmental strategies, you did not create your FM strategy, everything you are doing in maintenance will be a mistake. That's where you'll be sending memos and creating proposals that nobody wants to approve. Same goes with operations. Same goes with design and construction plans. How do you face developments, for example? How do you decide when something is critical to the organization and something that is nice to have for the organization? Is your decision on what's important about any project or any operations you are trying to roll out, is it in alignment with what management feels? Every time management says, we don't need that now, keep it in view, or we don't need it at all, cancel it, you know you have failed in understanding facility management strategy. You have failed in understanding corporate strategy, and therefore you did not have a facility management strategy, because it means that you are bringing up things that are contrary to where management is going. You can never do your job right if you still have contrary opinions to management in any of the things that have to do with facilities. You don't try to teach management about facilities. You try to understand where management is going, and you provide facilities that aligns with exactly what management is trying to achieve. After the tactical planning level, you get to the execution level. At this level is where you take your budgets, your design and construction plans, your maintenance plans, your operations plans, and you begin to put contracts in place, for example. You begin to employ people to hold certain positions. You create an organizational structure for execution and deployment of those plans that you have created at the tactical planning level. And as you execute, you create reports, performance reports. What the measurement level? What do you do at the measurement level? You are trying to compare what you are doing to what you intended to achieve. So I'm executing, I'm performing this set of activities in my operations, in my maintenance, in my budget, in my design and construction plans. As I'm doing these things, am I meeting with what the organization wants to achieve and all the business units wants to achieve? At this level, I'm doing what we call the feedback level. I'm validating strategy. I'm going back to every level to say, how much is what I am doing and the reports I'm generating from it showing that I understand the customers of this organization and I'm meeting the organization's need to fulfill or satisfy their customers? How much of what I'm doing in execution and reporting and data gathering on is helping to foster the organization's corporate strategy and other business units' corporate strategy? How much of the planning I do at the tactical planning level, from operations plans and maintenance plans and budgets and design and construction plans, am I actually implementing? How are these plans meeting with my corporate strategy goal? Those are the things you are doing at the validate strategy level. In essence, you are operating at the tactical down to the execution, but you are back again doing analysis of the measure performance and validate strategy to go back into the strategic levels of strategic purpose, strategic planning, and business unit strategic planning. What does that mean? You do strategy at 3 levels, you operate at 2 levels, and then you analyze at 2 levels so that that cycle continues on an ongoing basis. So what then is the strategic facility plan? The facility management department envisions its future by linking its purpose to the strategy of the overall organization, and then developing goals, objectives, and action plans to achieve that future. That's basically what I've just been talking about. You understand the future of your organization, and then you create plans to ensure that you meet that requirement. For you to do that, you go through the 4-step planning process, the strategic facility planning process. We start with understanding. Understand the organization's mission, vision, values, and goals, financial performance, customer knowledge, internal business processes, learning, and growth. Now, I need to spend a few minutes talking about this understanding. If you work in a bank, it means you now fully understand banking as much as possible. You are able to secure banking clients for your organization because you now fully understand. You know why your organization exists. You know what stands your organization out. You actually have a sense of the kind of customers that come to work, that come to a bank with your organization, and you know how to attract them. That is what we call customer knowledge. As a facility manager, you cannot stay as an outsider to your organization and claim to be buying diesel correctly, or maintaining your facilities well, or providing electricity and all the other services you provide properly, because you don't understand why you are doing some of those things, and you're making a lot of mistakes. So that's the first thing. And then you do analysis. You should be able to You may not be necessarily the one who is doing all of this high-level business analysis like strength, weakness, opportunities, and threats. We call SWOT, or SCAN, which is like environmental scan for potentials and risk around your organization, or scenario planning, where you do various analysis of scenarios that can come to affect your organization, whether positive or negatively. But you as an FM needs to either have access or find such information if it's already analyzed, or create your own set of analysis so that you can develop a sense of belonging, which you generated yourself, and then start creating plans to meet the long-range needs of your organization on an ongoing basis. And then, of course, beyond that, you start to deploy those plans in tactical, activities to ensure that you give value to your organization. So, if I ask you as a facility manager, what type of facilities do you manage? What are the quantities and location of spaces that your organization have now? And how is this going to change over time? How are you going to provide these spaces for your organization going forward? Do you have an in-depth analysis of your existing facilities? I ask simple questions like, what is the square meter that your organization covers, for example? How many people are you providing residencies or office spaces for? What are the what's the business plan of your organization? You don't know, then there's a problem. So you must study the real estate assets, gather data, who owns this property, what are the lease agreements we have in place, what are the square footage, how are these spaces being utilized. There are formulas for calculating utilization, which you will learn. Explore various business goals of each business unit. So you don't wake up and say, oh, well, they didn't tell me they didn't tell me they're going to be employing more people, right? So they don't need to tell you. You're supposed to have a way of understanding, engaging on an ongoing basis to be able to forecast or to understand what the organization and business units are going to be doing into the future. And then be able to anticipate the services that you're going to provide, if staff changes are going to happen, whether positively or negatively, how you're going to interact to provide those solutions. And then create simulations of possible operating conditions. What are the potential external and internal changes that might influence the organization? And then for each potential change, what is the best case, worst case, and most likely scenario? What are strategies I can deploy in each scenario, and so on and so forth. So for an FM, take what we have seen lately. We have seen a lot of inflation. How is inflation affecting my organization? How is rising costs of importation of our key input into our production affecting our organization? How is Forex affecting our organization? How is the power situation in the country affecting our organization? Are we now fully dependent on buying diesel and doing all of those things that takes a lot of cost and raises our cost extensively? How are these implications? What are the implications of these changes in my organization's profitability? And if my organizational profitability is going to be affected positively or negatively, how is it going to affect my FM program? Okay, be able to document the present operations, be able to define the activities and planning horizon. How long are you planning for? Develop activity relationships, for example, create relationship diagrams, interdepartmental relationships, and so on. Develop square footage requirements, spreadsheets, where you are able to define what each business unit will be needing in terms of spaces now and in the future. Plans and layouts, relationship between various business units, as well as your end layout. These are all systematic layout planning, which are strategic. You're planning ahead. You are planning ahead, and you started by understanding. And because you understand, you are now using these tools to analyze what your organization has, so that you can create a gap analysis, for example. You can also do a SWOT analysis, which analyzes strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats using business objectives to identify both internal and external factors that are either favorable or unfavorable to achieving that objective. Your strengths, the strength of your organization are the attributes of the organization that are helpful in achieving the objectives. The weaknesses are attributes of the organization that are harmful in achieving the objectives. And the opportunities are the external conditions that are helpful, while the external threats, while the threats are external conditions that are harmful to the organization. So we say the internal positive is the strengths, the internal negative is the weaknesses. The external positive is the opportunities, and the external negative are the threats. Can you actually sit down and do a little bit of an analysis on the organizations that you work for, or the organization you work for right now? If you really can do that, then you are preparing yourself to be so relevant to the organization, because everything you do will be aligned to solutions that will help the organization move forward, okay? And then you document the primary objectives to be addressed, because now that you understand where the organization is and you know where it is going to, you've done an analysis of the facilities you currently have, and you know now, you now want to create a plan for facilities that the organization will need as at the time it's succeeding to where you projected it is going. Then you are making a lot of success. You are addressing the gaps. So every time you create plans, long-term plans, equipment you are going to acquire at some point in the future and so on, you definitely are doing all of that based on your understanding of the organization's current, future, and the gap. So if you have done that kind of analysis and you are rolling out plans to put in programs, to bring in process and activities, there's a high likelihood that you will be getting approved for your initiatives. Because when management sees that your gap analysis shows that you understand where the organization is going to, and that you have clear plans to ensure that you have facilities that enables the success of that core business, then you'll be getting approved and you'll be getting elevated. If you work your strategic facility plan effectively, you come up with key outputs, which includes your strategic facility plan, the portfolio plan, your master plan or real estate master plan, and then the annual facility plan, which we call the approved budget, or generally referred to as the tactical plan. These are annual plans that you use to interpret your strategic facility plan and your master plan. So when we look at a strategic facility plan, it includes a statement of facility objectives. This covers your entire portfolio, risk analysis of options, how you set up locations, sustainability analysis, sources and uses of funds, how are we going to get the funding to build our facilities, operating expenses analysis, return on investment, for example, net present value, internal rate of return, and payback period analysis. If the option to expand one facility or by doing new construction on the same site, or abandoning it and moving to another site that's bigger comes up, how will you do the analysis? How will you show management which one is more cost effective? And then life cycle cost analysis and whole life cost analysis. When you make decisions on what kind of systems to deploy, for example, air conditioning system, what is it based on? Have you done life cycle cost analysis? If you've done it and you have an understanding with management that this system works for the organization, then that becomes a pattern for all new developments that meets that same requirements. And the cost benefits rating of alternatives and recommendation with clearly stated assumptions. Now, your facility master plan is not, it's a way of translating your strategic facility plan, which covers your entire portfolio, into a particular site or location. So your master plan addresses how a site, a campus, a location, a building is going to move from its current state into its future state based on what you have envisioned as where your organization is going. So the entire organization is moving from a 300 employee organization to a potential 500 employee organization in the next 5 years. So I want to ensure that I have enough facilities, enough services, enough utilities, enough of everything that will meet that requirement, to close that gap. But then the organization exists not in one campus. If it exists in multiple locations, then I need to also plan how each of those locations will grow. So I'm doing a strategic plan for the entire organization. I'm also doing for each location that the organization runs. Okay, so that's why I'm doing my facility master plan, which is also called the real estate master plan. Some locations could be rented. So we're renting a floor, 2 flats. For example, in the block of commercial office building, we're taking 2 wings today, and we're sitting some 40, 50 employees in that location. But from my analysis or projection of the organization, especially looking at the business units and the branch activities for those units of the business that are using that building, there's a likelihood that they will be increasing to some 70, 80 people in the next 3 to 5 years, right? So I begin now to make plans to say, is this site going to be able to expand? Can I get more floors in this building that we're renting? Can I get a land and start working on the building for the organization? Can I think of another location around there where there's another building that we can rent more space to accommodate the people that are coming in to that location? If it's our own permanent location, for example, are we going to develop in phases? Okay, how are people going to sit within the organization? How are the various teams sitting in that building going to be related? If that building was approved as a company guest house, and that area was a residential area when it was approved as a company guest house, now we are thinking of having more people work from that particular location. Would the zoning of that neighborhood still meet regulatory requirements for us to use for that purpose? What are the other changes that we may have to deploy? We talk about so many things. Space standards, for example, if there were 40 people sitting in this space, and these 40 people were junior to middle level managers, but the increase to 70 is going to increase more knowledge workers and more senior management. And we have space standards that requires them to have more spaces to work in. Then, of course, I need to translate those benchmarks into my space requirements. So I can now say this space was 1,000 square meters, but we're not just going to increase to 1,800 square meters, go and bring 300 people in. Because of the space standards we have and the kind of people we're expecting to come in, we're probably looking for 2,000 more square meters. And so I'm now beginning to plan for 3,000 square meters, rather 1,000 we have now, and 2,000 square meters more because of the caliber of people that we're bringing into this location in the next few years. I don't wait. I'm always engaging with team leaders. I'm always engaging with management to get their minds and their thinking on those projections. And every time I make some projections, I must take it back for validation. It shows that I'm relevant to the organization. It shows that I understand the organization. It shows that I'm trying to provide results for the organization, okay? So that's basically what we're talking about here. So all of this effort is to grow either the entire portfolio. I mean, this is both ways. Organization could be shrinking. The economy could be biting hard. Organization could be going into remote working mode, virtual approach to solving problem, all kinds of software as a service, subscriptions where we don't necessarily have to be in the office to use certain resources anymore. We can use it from anywhere we are. People can work from home. Now, when those things are being deployed into the organization, what do I do as facility manager? Should I wait until I'm told to mothball certain facilities or to cancel or to shut it in? I don't. I have my plan that is in sync with what management is doing. That's the only way I can show that I'm relevant to that organization, okay? So it's both ways. Whether we are growing and need more space and more services, or we are shrinking and need less space. And it's possible we are also growing, but we don't need more space, right? We don't need more services. People are going to work from home a lot. Even at that, as facility manager, it is your job to ensure that people who work from home have what it takes at home to be able to work. For example, they have power, they have data, they have that's internet, and they have comfortable chairs to be able to sit and do long hours of work that they're required to do. And then at the acting stage, you're implementing the SFP, which is your sustainability facility plan that you have created. You are now either you are creating a new space, you are reconfiguring space or altering a space, or providing a new service or developing a new process for the organization to work. I ran through the building life cycle yesterday, and I talked through most of the things that the facility manager would need to participate in every phase of development cycle. I cannot impress this on you enough. Every facility manager must elevate themselves to the point where they must be invited to play a role at every stage of the development cycle in your facility. If you are still being invited at the terminal stage, where the building is ready, people are about moving in, or even already moved in before you are invited to come and take over and start doing your cleaning and maintenance operations, then we're really not elevating our careers or our professions. Okay. So at this point, I would like to, just prompt everybody in this class to say, we are doing 90 minutes of kind of a deep dive into some of the courses or the modules we have as the strategy modules in facility management. People who start their careers learning strategy, they do things right as they rise, and they rise very quickly. Those who start their careers without learning strategy and just do things with the shop floor mindset, they tend to get stunted in their careers, and that's why we recommend you taking the FM Mastercraft Diploma. It's really something that you can't really imagine doing without. If your career has been running in one direction, stunted for years, or you're new in FM, come and learn what it takes to operate strategically, even though you are, acting or delivering service at the operational or tactical level. Because the way you think will automatically change, and the way management perceive you will automatically change, and the rate at which you are going to rise in the level within your organization or within any organization you find yourself is going to be astronomical. Okay, so prepare yourself to start the program we are running from August. August this year, we're going to run 3 months program again from August. Prepare yourself and share the information and be part of it. I believe the link to read up details about the FM Mastercraft is going to be available. I believe Paul will put that in the chat. And also for those of us who were not here yesterday, some didn't click on the link on time to join the Telegram group, the training Telegram group. I also want the link to also be shared here, so you can all join the training Telegram group, so that we can have more robust discussions in that group, even beyond this class. Because when the class ends at 6:30, we're going to just switch straight into the questions and answers in the Telegram group, and then we can become more engaging there as well. More people who did not make it into the class, for example, for one technology reason or one inconvenience reason, they'll be able to see part of what we have learned as we exchange questions and answers in there. Now, why should the FM be involved in participating in the life cycle of a facility, from planning to design to construction to testing, commissioning, handover, and facility management? The ultimate reason facilities are built is for the facilities to meet the operational requirements of its users, which is operated and run by the facility management unit or department, right? So the FM has the real objective in his hands to ensure that he can take that facility and translate it into an effective tool for the success or performance of those who use the facilities, and value creation for the owners of the facilities. Now, if you have all kinds of issues that have been wrongly designed into your building, or wrongly constructed, you are not able to meet the requirements of your users and owners effectively, or you're spending so much to meet their requirements because of certain decisions that have been taken in the design and construction stage, then you'd have made a big mistake. So the effort here is we want to have facility management involvement in planning, in development of the brief, in design, development of the construction documents, and the design drawings, the bills of quantities, and then getting FM involved in the construction stage, where variations are analyzed against all other implications on that variation ahead that we're going to come across ahead. Testing is done to confirm that the asset that has been built is functional. Commissioning is done to ensure that it's adequate, and then hand over a series of documentation, which we're going to be looking at again today, and that the FM needs to be able to manage the facility and provide real value to the users of the facilities. Now, when a building is about to start, at the planning stage, everybody are talking about how, take a school, for example, how the school is going to be very unique. Students are going to have this privilege and that service and this service. Teachers are going to be very comfortable. Teachers would like to work here. The owners will make a lot of money. Those are things that are all in the minds of those who are running the planning. But the moment you get into design and construction, the focus switches to 3 key objectives. We want to build it at the least cost. We want to build it as quickly as possible, no wasting of time. We want to build it at the, deliver it the best scope or quality of this delivery, right? Now, for some strange reasons, operational readiness or the mindset of how the building is going to function throughout its useful life seems to drop out of those 3 objectives. Because if you build it quickly, you build it cheaply, and you build it to a certain scope, and you forget to make sure that while you are doing all of that, you have operational readiness, which means the building can meet the needs of its users without creating bottlenecks or hiccups. Operational readiness is the main focus of facility managers being involved. When you bring this 4th objective, which I normally would say it should be the first objective, into a construction, what you are doing is that you are subjecting all considerations on the other 3 objectives like cost, quality, and scope. You are putting them, you are subordinating them to the users, the user experience, the owner's asset value and returns over the useful life. Because operational readiness covers the entire useful life, not just the construction. Those 3 objectives we talked about are all about the construction period, which is probably a few years, right? But operational readiness as the 4th objective, which should actually be the first objective and should be the overriding objective, is talking about the entire life cycle of that facility. For example, it could be convenient for design teams and construction people to take out certain landings at every floor where air conditioning outdoor units could be rested, and service teams can actually, go out the window or go through some balcony to assess it and do the maintenance and say, oh, we took those out and saved 40 cubic meters of concrete, of reinforced concrete. For taking that out of the design, we saved 40 cubic meters of reinforced concrete, which amounted to some, 3 million or 4 million, right? But operational readiness is going to ask the question, if you're going to put a split unit air conditioning outdoor unit against the wall, pasted to the wall on the 6th floor, for example, how are the service teams going to get to it every 3 months to do the maintenance of that outdoor unit? Now, that becomes a very big question. So all of that millions you are trying to save in concrete for not creating those landing and architectural features to safeguard those assets and give access to maintenance crews, you suddenly see that celebration ends, because the FM is going to let you know that AC probably will cost 5,000 naira to maintain every quarter, but the crane that's going to take us, or the scaffolding that's going to take us all the way from the ground to get to where it is, will probably require some 150,000, right? So if I'm going to service or maintain something for 5,000 naira, I'm going to use a 150,000 naira access to reach it, right? And I'm going to do that every quarter for 90 years, 60 years. Can I do that analysis using net present value of money, and then and put that on the table and say, okay, let's just oppose that against the savings from the concrete that we could have used to cast the extensions or the ledges, where maintenance crews can learn to do that, right? So those are the kind of analysis that takes place during design all the way to construction. And these statistics are real. Over 55 years life cycle for a typical high-rise or any commercial building, you'll probably have 10% that represents the original design and construction. Capital renewal costs, which includes your changes to roof, changes to air conditioning system, all kinds of change of doors and windows and the rest, over that 55 years, 28%, which we can also say this is trying to keep it functional throughout its useful life. So that's facility management. And then the operations and maintenance cost, which includes the cost of energy and labor and all of the processes that helps to keep this building running and providing solutions to those who are going to live in it, is 62%. You can imagine how decisions are often skewed in favor of original design and construction, which is just 10%. And then we make mistakes that cost us heavily on the 90% over the long term, because there are two factors to this. It's 10% of the life cycle costs, but even that 10% is something you spend in the shortest possible time. A few years, structure is up and running. But the remaining 90% is not just 9 times bigger than the 10%, but you're going to be spending that money over an extended period throughout the useful life of that asset. And that becomes a tragedy when you consider how much focus you have given to the construction and design, and then at the detriment of operations and maintenance. So we really say, make business cases to management to get you involved in operational readiness. If you want to initiate an operational readiness program, I think the basic way to start is to make a little business case at the onset of planning, or get a consultant involved, so that a business case can be made to management to say, look, we're going to get all kinds of consultants into this project. We're going to have the mechanical guys, the plumbing guys, the electrical guys, the architecture, the quantity surveyors, the accountants, the lawyers. All of these people are going to be involved in this construction. Why can't we find a facility management consultant to also be embedded in the team? Because he is the advocate. He is the one representing the end users and the owners of the properties and facilities at the end of the day, because he's going to engage with them. He's going to ensure that they have what they want from the facility. He's going to ensure that it's functional to them. And he's going to be the one to be bringing all those ideas that will help us now during construction and design and construction know what we should bring up to ensure that that long period we're going to be operating and maintaining does not become a nightmare for our organization. Okay, and then during the process of construction, many consultants will interact with each other in different formats, bring paper drawings, Excel spreadsheets, PowerPoint, AutoCAD, Revit drawings and documentations. There's a lot that's going on, and everybody comes in the format that they like, and they find a way to interact, they find a way to communicate just to be able to deliver. When they do deliver, you are the facility manager that's going to manage this facility long term. As the facility manager that's going to manage this facility long term, how do you make sense out of all the various documentations or lack of it that you get at the time the building is delivered to you? Many FMs take over buildings just with keys, a handshake and pictures, and you are told you are now in charge. Go ahead and start running the place. If you have proper operations and maintenance program instituted from the onset, it should produce as deliverables schedule of assets. I want to create my asset register, but my asset register should come from those who actually deployed those assets in the building. So the description, the serial number, the model number, and all the details of the assets, including the operating manuals, are supposed to come from them. Contact information for manufacturers in case I need help in the future to correct things. Safety procedures in running that asset, index of drawings and plans, maintenance schedules, which is often extracted from the operating manual. So if they give me an operating manual and they didn't give me a maintenance schedule, of course, I can create it myself. Testing equipment and tools, system or equivalent equipment data, specifications of every system that's been installed, every component that has been installed, interfaces between different equipment within a system, and interfaces between equipment across systems in the facility. Parts and spare parts. Okay, so I'm going to run this site, and they're telling me there's a chiller that provides all the cooling. I need to have information on what makes up those chillers and those central air conditioning and air handling units that are built into the facility, because at some point I'm going to be experiencing degradation. The equipment is going to be getting old. There are certain things I'm doing regularly, and I need to understand how resources are going to be expended, how people are going to act and do things in different ways. So I must have all this information as part of my own O&M program. And then the testing and commissioning program. Testing and commissioning is a process of verifying first functionality. If an elevator has been installed, is this elevator working according to the operating parameters that we expect? Is it making too much noise? Is it having too much friction, getting hot? Is it, and so forth? That's what I'm doing at testing. Commissioning is checking for adequacy. Is this elevator going to hold the 12 people that it says it's its capacity to hold? Okay, is it going to be able to run so many trips per day if it's a busy environment and so on? I need to do that testing and commissioning and document the process of testing and commissioning across all the assets: mechanical, electrical, plumbing, physical assets, architectural and structural assets across the construction or what has been delivered to me, including legal documentations like permits. You have a large diesel tank, you have to have a DPR permit. You have a sewage plant, you have to have environmental permits. You have, all kinds of stuff that go into the building. They are called startup documentation. It confirms baseline of what you are taking over. And then, of course, the handover is not just handover of keys. Handover is handover of documents. It includes warranty and regulatory documents. It includes history of the defects that were identified during the snagging process and how they were fixed. It includes how people who built have provided training for those who are going to operate, and includes information on operations and maintenance manual. And quickly, I need to put a note here on the O&M manual. I get people say, oh, they've given us operations and maintenance manual for, say, air conditioning, for example, and all you get is those books that are delivered by the manufacturers, right? But that air conditioning unit that you're having to maintain have drain running through certain lines, have electrical lines and fuses in certain DBs or distribution boards that you need to be aware of so that you can be able to manage this all together. So the operations and maintenance manual we're talking about here is not just that book that comes with the AC that says this is the indoor and outdoor units and this is what they are. It includes drawings and detailing of how it was installed, including how those drains will be cleaned and how those lines will be maintained going forward. And then your as-built drawings. Your as-built drawings is not design drawings. In fact, when you are going through a construction process, after the brief from planning, you create design drawings. During construction, you are doing a lot of construction drawings. You're blowing up, you are doing modifications. If there are any variation or change of materials or method of doing a certain job, you are changing things during construction as you go. Now, at the end of construction, even your construction drawing does not become your as-built drawing. You still need to go back and verify what has been built by measuring. And that's how as-built drawings are produced. So for every time you get design drawings and you get drawings and you suspect that they just changed the label, what you need to do is to do validation. Set up a team to go around the entire facility and mark out where there are deviations from the drawings you're having. Versus what's been built, okay? And your test results, of course, are handy. They come from the testing and commissioning program. I'm going to spend the remaining 30 minutes I have in this class to talk about maintenance strategies. You've taken over the facility and you want to start maintaining it. I've seen a lot of cases where facility managers just go about creating what we call a PPM, a preventive maintenance plan, or a preventive maintenance program. So the facilities you have to manage are everything that's been handed over to you. And because you're managing everything that's been handed over to you, your maintenance plan must include every piece of item, every component, everything that's been handed over to you is part of your maintenance program. all right? So when you take up a portfolio, instead of isolating just a few assets and saying these assets are going to be PPM assets, you put your entire facilities together, and then you decide on a strategy for how you are going to manage or maintain each one. So take your typical building, there's a roof, there's a ceiling, there are walls, there are windows and doors, there are floors. I'm talking about the architectural features or civil or structural features. Then you have the lighting, you have speller fans, wiring, DBs, transformers. Those are talking about the electrical system. You're looking at the plumbing systems, toilets, piping, water heaters, and all of those things that go into that system. You have so many systems that make up your building. Every system must be cataloged asset by asset that makes up those systems. And for every item in your asset register, each one must get a maintenance strategy. We talk about maintenance strategy because if you do a certain set of activities for maintenance for certain assets, you don't know why. You just say, this is what I've been told and this is how I've been shown to do it. That's what you've been doing. You don't know why you have been given those tasks to perform. Even when you take a manufacturer's recommendation in the manual and the manual says do ABC, you need to know, have a sense of why it says you should do A at this time and do B at this time, okay? So that's some of the reasons why we are looking at a maintenance strategy. Because maintenance, again, is one of the areas that we are most noted for as facility managers. In fact, many people don't call you facility manager, they call you maintenance manager, they call you maintenance officers, right? You know yourself that your job is beyond just maintaining the buildings, okay? But because this is the primary function you are known for and you are given, you cannot afford to do it shabbily or do it unprofessionally. And if you are doing your maintenance without having maintenance strategies, then of course, you're not doing well. You really don't know why you're doing the things you're doing, and you're making a huge mistake, even if it's years you've been running those maintenance program, right? So the methods, every strategy has its own methods, has its own goals. We're going to look at the advantages and disadvantages of every strategy and see how those strategies can be deployed in the various assets that we are managing. The criteria for choosing a maintenance strategy, if you're taking an asset and you're looking at that asset line item and say, what strategy should I deploy for it? You think about available resources in terms of personnel, maintenance process within the organization, technology you have, costs of adopting that technology or that strategy, the type of equipment itself, the skill of your personnel, the training you've given them, quality of service, and the customer expectations on you at that time. It's often a case that the facility manager have not taken time to think about strategy, right? He just knows what he should be doing, and so he's just been doing what he's doing. But even when you now have advanced, you come from this training and you say, oh, well, I'm going to align my maintenance program. I'm going to be more elaborate with it. I'm going to be more comprehensive. I'm going to have all my assets in my maintenance. I'm going to start allocating maintenance strategies and based on those maintenance strategies, we align or redefine the activities I perform for the maintenance of each activity. You may have some pushbacks. You may have some challenges with management, for example. For example, there are certain things that you have adopted a run to failure strategy for. And the run to failure strategy requires that you also have a budget, which means even though you're not going to be spending it or doing it on a regular basis, you must have some resources in stock for it when it falls to you, right? And it becomes difficult, convincing management to have give approval to have money held up somewhere and that you're not going to use until there's an eventuality, right? That becomes a big challenge. So starting with the first strategy for maintenance, let's look at the first one, and this is run to failure. Run to failure strategy is also called reactive strategy. It's also called a corrective strategy. It's also called emergency strategy. It's every strategy that you deploy in an unplanned way. So maintenance is really two types, planned and unplanned. All the unplanned is what falls under the run to failure strategy. What it means is that You don't have a set of activities that you do routinely for those assets. The asset that you deploy this strategy for, you don't set activities to perform regularly. And because you don't set activities to perform regularly, you actually use them, sweat them until they start to break or show signs of fault, and then you come to repair them. All right. Whenever I talk about this, it's almost like, no, this is not a good strategy. I can assure you, if you look at if you have an asset register today, and you read through all the assets in your complete asset register, and you start telling yourself, what strategy should I deploy for each of these assets in my asset register? You will come to the conclusion that more than 90% of your assets will fall under the run to failure strategy. You take action to repair them when they fail. You restore them to intended function when it fails. It's cost effective for small equipment, but very complex for critical, costly for critical and complex equipment. So you don't try it for complex equipment. And to be honest with you, the complex equipment or critical equipment you have in your facilities are not many. If you look at the asset register, you take a list of things from your roof to your walls to your floors to your electronics and to your fittings and furniture to your air conditioning and cooling systems. You'll find that most of the things you are going to be in charge of or you're going to be in charge of managing are all items that are suitable for run to failure. Okay, and then when should this run to failure reactive approach be used? When the equipment is complex, for any other maintenance procedure. When there are things that when you open them, disassemble them, and reassemble them, they don't ever return back the same way, you want to leave them alone. They are costly for PPM or other strategies where you have to have call-outs or scheduled activities to do very little, for example. Easy to replace components like light bulbs, and door handles and plumbing valves and so on. Where the equipment failure has a minimal impact. When you have so many of an item in a space, take lights in a hall, for example, one light going out, the hall can still be functional, right? You don't necessarily need to create a preventive maintenance plan. You can allow a bulb to go out and then you come and replace it, and the hall is still in use. But the exception to that particular last one, if you are operating a five-star solutions site, for example, a five-star hotel, a high luxury apartment, or a very top grade, top quality environment where you cannot afford to have a light bulb go out, right? So if you cannot afford to have a light bulb go out for any reason, no matter how many light bulbs you have in that space, you probably will need to deploy a preventive maintenance approach where you set a time to take out all the light bulbs, replace them with brand new ones before anyone, begins to even think of failing in that kind of environment. So that's an exception. What are the advantages of run to failure strategy? Requires minimal staff. No need to put people on standby for run to failure strategy. There's an initial low cost, which means that because you are not having recurring activities, you probably you will not see the cost. But again, that's a bit deceptive. If you have deployed this strategy for a critical asset, when the asset fails, the cost is no longer minimal to fix it back. Not forget that your cost of maintenance is not just what you spend as the FM. It's also the cost of downtime, the cost of unreliability of that asset. So you have to be careful what assets you place under the run to failure strategy. But of course, most of your assets will be adequate, will be suitable for this. Your floors, your walls, your foundations, your windows and doors, and your furniture, and so on and so forth. You can just keep listening and listening and listening, and find out it's very suitable and comfortable to leave them under this particular strategy. Disadvantages. Because of course, I mean, if you are using run to failure and all the assets you're managing is run to failure, then there's not much to plan. But disadvantages is that you have increased labor costs because when the things break or items break, you have to now deal with it quickly. Increase in repair costs because if you're doing routine activities, for example, you tend to be able to program, negotiate, bulk, buy things in bulk. But when things break and you have to fix them quickly, you will definitely pay ad hoc kind of fees or costs. staff resources are not efficiently used. Of course, people who are not on standby for something that you're on run to failure, they are doing the things that are routine and their activities are optimized. But when something breaks, what happens? They will be forced back into it. And then reliability drops, there's equipment downtime, there's difficulty in controlling budgets, and this is even critical. The difficulty in controlling budgets is that thing that you put a budget for a run to failure item. You don't know exactly when it's going to fail, right? The cost just sticks out, while other costs that are on other strategies are being depleted. This one sticks out for when it will fail, and if it doesn't fail, it becomes even more difficult putting that amount back or putting more money back in budget for next year. But of course, the truth is, if your equipment is getting older, the gradation curve is getting steeper, which means the quality or grade of the assets is dropping as it gets older. That's normal wear and tear, right? So if you're supposed to be using maintenance or repair to prop it up, to make it functional, there's a tendency to expect that as it gets older, the failure rates should increase, the amount to spend in keeping it up should be increasing. So even in a particular period, you did not spend on fixing it because nothing broke, maybe because activity were less, you cannot use that as a premise to not have resources planned or capital budgeted for maintaining it or repairing it next year, because of course it could break more. The wear and tear is going to be more, and it's going to be older again next year. You're going to have a reduced life expectancy, because when the equipment fails, a failing part that fails suddenly has a bandwagon effect on other parts. So that's an issue. Initial capital cost investment not maximized, inefficient use of resources, interference with planned works. I hope I stay good. My audio is good, right?
You are not audible again, sir.
Okay, I actually stopped talking because I wanted to confirm that we are still together.
Okay.
My audio is good then. All right, thank you. Okay, so I'll move on to the next strategy, which is the preventive maintenance. This is where most of you are very familiar. You set up a list of items that must be performed at scheduled intervals. Those intervals could be runtime for metered and moving parts equipment, and sometimes it's time-based interval, weekly, daily, monthly, quarterly, and so forth and so on. Now, these activities are performed irrespective of failure. It really doesn't matter whether the condition is perfect or optimal. You just keep doing this maintenance on an ongoing basis. It's taken as measure to ensure the equipment functions and does not fail anyhow. And you, of course, at certain intervals or at certain points in the life cycle of that asset, you need to replace the asset. So we do preventive maintenance really to project reliability, to just ensure that we do compliance to minimum requirements, that there are no issues because we've done what it takes to run the facility. And in many cases, it's almost like an alibi. If something goes wrong, it's no longer our fault. Nobody can blame us, right? And so some of the advantages of the preventive maintenance, the risk of an unexpected equipment failure is reduced. Optimum performance of equipment, reduce.
Hello, sir. We can't hear you, sir. Sir, you're muted.
Now, that is strange because I didn't know how I got muted. Somebody muted me then. Okay, I'm back on. Okay. Are there people waiting in the lobby? Paul, did you check and people are still waiting in the lobby? I'm getting a notification that people are waiting in the lobby. You can admit them. Just 15 minutes to go, so they don't miss out on the last quarter.
Very well done.
Sir.
All right, thank you. Now, so disadvantages of the preventive maintenance strategy is that there's higher demand for resources. You have to have people on standby to do preventive, unlike the reactive where you don't have somebody on standby. There are high maintenance costs because you do a lot of activities repeatedly. No consideration given to technical conditions. So the equipment doesn't need to complain before you do what you do. Parts will be replaced when they are still functioning. You take out the filter, for example, it's still clean, not really gotten dirty, but the hours have reached, you have to replace them. The activities of maintenance are not optimized. Equipment will still fail, which is the worst part of the preventive strategy. And then we can add all of this up and say there's a lot of unnecessary maintenance. To remedy that, to correct that, or to improve on that, that's why we have the predictive maintenance strategy, which is also regarded as condition monitoring. You evaluate the equipment condition, you collect data, and then you use the data to perform analysis that helps you predict when the equipment is going to fail or when there's a fault going to happen. So, predictive maintenance is almost like a mixture of preventive and reactive, right? When your equipment becomes so critical, when the cost of doing preventive, it becomes so astronomical that you cannot afford it, you want to have the highest level of reliability, and yet you want to also have the least cost. So instead of going to perform maintenance activities on a regular basis, you now move into a data-driven approach where you are doing inspections, you are doing tests, you are logging data, and you are performing analysis on this data on a regular basis so that you can see whether all the critical operating parameters are staying within the mean that's recommended by the manufacturer. And if they are staying within the mean that's recommended by the manufacturer, they just keep running the assets. You don't do any maintenance on them, but you keep collecting data that shows that these parameters are operating optimally. Now, if your analysis of the data shows that a trend is emanating, take temperature, for example. It's been fluctuating between 55 and 70 degrees Celsius for the last 1 month. Every day you put on the gen, it runs, and then you now begin to see 71, 72, 73, 76 in a particular week, for example. You know that at 100 degrees, there's going to be a problem, obsessively speaking. So you now say, how long did it take for it to move from the range of 55 to 70, which it normally does, to start going to 70, from 70 to 80, right? If that took 1 week, I can extrapolate that and say, project that to say in 2 more weeks, this gen will have to be shut down because it will be trying to cross the upper limit of the temperature threshold allowed by the manufacturer. That is kind of predictions I'm talking about. So during that period, I have enough data, I can trend. I now know that these and these are the issues. I now do investigation to investigate those issues and find solutions to them one by one. So whatever I'm doing now is because I know that there's that problem that is brewing inside the equipment or asset, and when I come in to fix it, that system should normalize or stabilize. So if I take that general example again, I've checked the radiator, I've checked the oil filter, I've checked the fuel filter, I've checked, so on and so forth. There are so many things that you have in your troubleshooting section in your manual, for example, that will tell you, check this, check that, if this is going that direction. As I'm checking, testing, documenting, anytime I find something that is not meeting that requirement, say for example, it's the oil. The oil viscosity is now outside the range, or the dissolved solids in the oil is it's dissolved metals in it is gotten to a certain range or threshold, or it's become, come to dark, for, I don't know the analysis. I've checked the threshold and said it's passing that level. And I said, okay, fine. I change the oil. By changing the oil, I run the gen and I see that the temperature starts dropping back to normal. I don't even bother to change the filters or anything else. I'm doing predictive. Now, most of the gens that you use, most of the generators that you use are going to be generators that are below, 2 megawatts for most facilities that you manage, right? So you probably would just be using preventive and everybody can afford it. But imagine yourself, running a 100 megawatts, 250 megawatts gas plant, turbine, and stuff like that. Can you afford to use this your 200 hours or 300 hours to change all of those components in those equipments? You really can't. So you need to have some very complex dashboards where sensors that logs data. In fact, at that level, when you are doing predictive, it's important that you don't even depend on manual data acquisition processes where somebody goes in to check the data every day and be writing down those logs. No, you're really making a big mistake because something can go wrong before you even observe. So at that point, you need to. Okay. So at that point, what happens nowadays is the equipment comes with a complete dashboard that is connected to sensors, oil sensors, temperature sensors, vibration sensors, sonar sensors, all kinds of sensors now bring information into a dashboard. So you can actually be looking at trends and reading things to see what's happening in the equipment, and that helps you to predict what you should do to prevent a failure. So the advantage and disadvantage of predictive is that there are an improvement on the preventive. So fewer breakdown, all the good things about the preventive is here. And the disadvantage as well is the cost. Startup cost is high because you have to invest in those testing, data logging, data acquisition equipment. So it's mainly technology investment as well as staff training that is the downside. But in terms of decrease in costs for everything, because take your oils, for example, instead of pulling out the 50 liters of oil, 100 liters of oil, and putting the new one into your 2 MV generators, you just take a simple test of it, and the oil can still work another 200 hours. You let it run. If after the 200 hours, you test it again and you can still run another 50 hours, let it run, right? You run it until it loses the parameters that it needs to be able to be efficient for you, and then you let it go. Okay, so now I've talked about 3 strategies. You deploy each of those strategies for every asset. So for every asset you have in your asset register right now, ensure that you go and develop or identify a strategy for each one based on what we have discussed in today's class. Now, but overall, for all of the portfolio items, all the items in your asset register, you need to deploy reliability-centered maintenance, which is a maintenance philosophy. Decisions on maintenance activity should be based on a system's maintenance requirements supported by economic and technical premise. So what reliability-centered maintenance does is that it introduces economics into your maintenance such that you are thinking about how to cut out waste from your maintenance program, how to do all your maintenance activities and deploy the kind of strategies across different assets in your portfolio to give you the highest level of reliability, but the lowest possible cost. So if you have 100 items in your asset register, for example, you want to use this approach to look at them. What are the small parts and equipment, non-critical equipment unlikely to fail, redundant systems? I say those ones are corrective applications, corrective or reactive or run to failure assets. I will just give them that strategy. I'll look at the preventive ones and say, the equipment subject to wear, consumable equipment with known failure patterns, manufacturer recommendations. We read out the manuals and the manuals say do this, do that. Okay, fine. those are preventive assets. I put the strategy for those assets as preventive maintenance. And then the equipment with random failure patterns, critical equipment, and equipment not subject to wear, systems which failure may be induced by incorrect preventive maintenance, of course, I can put them under the predictive, because what the predictive does is it allows me to take the risk of going to poke my nose into a complex system that when I unscrew it, I may not be able to screw it back correctly. I now find a way to log data on how it's performing so that I can know when it is going to go bad, and I can assign that the predictive strategy. So I've assigned all my assets into the various strategies. I put all the cost of maintenance based on those strategies, and I come out with my cost. I know what that cost is in scenario 1. I move some assets from corrective to preventive, for example, or preventive to corrective, for example, or move some assets from preventive to predictive, or some assets from predictive to preventive. My whole idea is I'm doing these switches just to get a sense of what will give me the lowest cost. I'm weighing my risk, because reliability center maintenance also involves risk. As you switch from one strategy to another, there's also the risk that you may have more increase in mean time between failure, for example, or more defects cropping up in that asset's performance. So you weigh those risks and you try to balance them as you move assets across one strategy to the other strategy. The bottom line is you create several scenarios, and then you analyze to see how your portfolio is going to perform across each scenario. And then you compare that to the costs of each scenario, and you pick the lowest cost. That's reliability-centered maintenance focus. And if you look at the advantages and disadvantages of reliability-centered maintenance, you'll find out that it's skewed more towards predictive, because predictive is actually the cheapest form of maintenance and also the most reliable. And but then it's also very risky if you don't have the right technology to monitor correctly and get the right data and do the proper analysis. You're just going to mess up that equipment completely. So if you don't have the right systems, the skilled staff or personnel, or you don't have the right equipment to actually get the data and do analysis to be able to predict correctly what's going on within an asset, then you better stay with preventive. Okay, but of course, preventive is costly in times of economic recession or management struggling to find the money to do maintenance. You might be seen as a wasteful person when you are doing preventive. Okay, but most managements that you must have encountered are comfortable allowing you to do preventive because they don't expect too much from you, right? But if you really want to make a huge contribution to your organization, you can begin to develop strategies for moving from preventive to predictive so that you can save a lot and you can increase your reliability and reduce your downtime as well. All right, so thank you very much. That's our class for today. Just to reiterate, if you're not in the training group, please get in there. I believe the chat is here. Let's see. I'm not seeing the chat yet, so.
So I've dropped the link on the chat.
Oh, it's there. Yes, it's there. So the link to the training group, join there, and then type your questions in there now. I'm going to be available for the next hour or so, answering questions like I did yesterday in the chat. So drop your questions in there, and I'll be answering them from there. And let's have that discussion go on. Click on the link for the FM Mastercraft diploma course. Read through all of those topics we're going to cover in those 3 months and see how relevant they will be to your career and those you know. In the current class that we're running starting in August, we have provided a 10% discount for all those who join in early and sign up and make their payments. So there's a 10% early bird discount for everyone. And then we have huge volume discounts for organizations bringing their entire team. So if you are working in an FM company, they're working in any organization, any demand organization, and they're thinking of a training program for your team, the entire team, bring them on board, and we will shock you with the kind of discount you will get, okay? So that's an assurance I give you to get you on board. The next class starting, the one that we are running right now that's about to end, has about 40 something people in class. The next one we're starting in August. Our target is to have not less than 100 people in class. We need to reach out to more people. And we're looking at the 200 people who have passed this program in the last 4 years, and we are seeing how their careers have completely changed. On the average, most people have changed jobs in the last 4 years, and they have started earning up to 4 times, 200, 300%, 400% what they were earning before they came into the program. Just think about it. Somebody was barely earning 65,000 naira, called me a month ago to say he's been given an offer to start off with 350,000, and they said they're going to increase it for him when he does well within the first 6 months. I'm very confident he's going to do well because he went through the Fmmc diploma. Practical training that changes lives and changes career is what we have going for you there. So thank you very much. Meet you in Telegram, and then we'll continue to from there. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, we appreciate the talk, lectures. Thank you.
May God keep on blessing you, sir.
Amen. Thank you. All right. Okay.
I'm not on the
Mr. Paul,
Telegram
thank you so
group.
much.
I should be added on the Telegram group.